Test, test, 1, 2, 3, test. All right. I think we're good to go. We'll see how the audio levels work and everything. Anyway, my name is Awakened Cloud. You can call me Awakened or Cloud or really anything you want to. I don't care. Today we are here to continue our Final Fantasy VII Remake journey. Now, I've already streamed the base game before. I've already streamed the intermission DLC. Our goal with these upcoming streams of Final Fantasy VII is to get the Platinum Trophy in Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, which is the PS5 version of the game. So I was able to transfer over all of my trophies from the PS4 game to the PS5 game, but since the PS5 has exclusive DLC, there are a couple trophies I don't have. Now, if you look at the right-hand side of the screen, you can see I'm at 90% progress with my trophies. I've got 59 out of 63. So I'm missing 4. I can at least name 3 of those off the top of my head. I think I can name all 4. So I have to beat Intermission Chapter 1 on hard. I have to beat Intermission Chapter 2 on hard. I have to beat Pride and Joy Mark II, which is a boss in Intermission in the virtual combat simulator. And then I have to beat Weiss, who is an additional boss for the base game. So we're going to get started. I think I want to conclude with Weiss. So my focus right now is going to be on the DLC Intermission and getting through that again. So we're going to have fun. I'm not going to skip any cutscenes or anything because it might as well be a full playthrough and stuff. So we're just going to, start from the beginning of Intermission, do it again. And let me make sure I can hear the game audio. I might turn up the game audio just a smidge. It's so hard to judge. It actually takes me a second to do this. Let's go. Let's try that. And if anybody in chat wants to tell me if the game audio is too high, too low, whatever, please do so. Anyway, without further ado. And this is something I'm going to be doing on Sundays until I get it done. I think it should only take 2 Sundays to power through everything. I could be wrong. It might take 3. So we need to load game. And we want this one. We want this one. Okay. We go here. And we're going to go to chapter select. And we're going to go chapter 1. Wutai's finest. Yuffie has come to Midgar at the behest of the interim Wutai government to wrest a powerful orb of materia from Shinra's evil clutches. First, however, she must find her avalanche co-conspirators, and to do that, she has to look for posters of Mughals and a man with a Mughal hat. Okay, so let's see if we can just go into hard mode. Yes. So our goal is to beat this in Chapter 2 on hard. To change the difficulty setting... Yes. Thank you, man. I'm happy they're working out. Also, how are you doing, James? I know you got a lot of Final Fantasy VII content available to you right now.
Well, guys, your girl finally made it to Midgar.
Doing great, you doing good. Cool, cool. So I really like how they decided to go with the Advent Children Yuffie, where he's a lot more clumsy than the OG Yuffie, so to speak. Kids, man, that's a handful.
You got this, Yuffie. My name is Yuffie, Materia Hunter and Elite Special Forces Operative for the new Wutai government.
Oh, look, it's my emote.
I have orders to infiltrate Shinra headquarters and steal their ultimate materia. To prove to our common enemy that Wutai is not to be trifled with. Members of Avalanche, with your full support, we got this. So, members of Avalanche, where are you? Come get me already!
I mean, with the costume, she does kind of stand out like a sore thumb.
Okay, if I was a man in a Moogle hat. Huh? Wait, does this mean what I think it does? Interesting. So, I gotta come to you, do I? You got some nerve.
So I'm jumping into hard mode without having played this game in about 6 months. So expect a lot of deaths. Let's see, I have Cure. Oh, I don't remember anything about this. Steel Reaper. I'm proficient in all 3 of these. An exceptionally deadly weapon crafted from 3 scythe blades. ATB spent on other commands increases damage dealt. That's right, banishment. Affinity changes with jutsu. Works in the air. Strike an enemy with maximum strength while this ability is level 3. Okay, okay. Now, let me check out materia. Healing, super important. Parry. I need to get better with this one. This is a really important materia. Cess, always want to cess. ATB boost, super useful. Steadfast block. Warding. And ninja cannonball. Well, I don't have Sonon yet, so this isn't really useful. I think prayer is going to be super important because, at least with base game hard mode, that's really how you heal a lot of the time. Or how's your stream? Because I don't think it uses MP. I could be wrong about that. I'm going to go ahead and put it on. I might as well upgrade these weapons while I'm here, just a little bit. This is a primarily attack-based weapon. I could up the crit, physical. I need to recover HP. That's a big thing about hard mode. You can't use items. So anything you can do to recover HP is super important. Guard against an attack at the right time to cast regen. Ooh. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and upgrade all of these just so we get out the way. Okay, and this weapon is balanced. AP is good. New materia is good. Bloodsucker would be good. Yuffie's a very technical character compared to most of the other characters in this game. Like, you have to do perfect dodges, perfect blocks, that type of stuff to really utilize her correctly. Bloodsucker seems really good. Okay. I might switch back to that weapon. It seems really good, actually. Especially for a hard mode playthrough. Recover MP when received. Ooh. This one's also really good. Take the new materia slot. So the only thing... Well, no. Let me go to 4-point shuriken. I think that's the right play right now. And I have 2 more materia slots. So let's go ahead and think about this. At some point, I'm going to want a rise, most likely. So just to get it boosted, we'll do that. I'm also going to want to magnify at some point. So... What's up, Mimi? How are you doing today? It's good to have you in my stream. I'm about to fight these little rats right here.
Guess you're never far from
See if I remember how to fight in this game. Catching a stream finally. Got 1 hour before bedtime. Yeah, I always feel bad because, like, I completely understand that you guys can't make it just because I'm literally streaming at like 4 o'clock, like 4 a.m. your time most of the time. So. I forgot she sings the little victory theme after every battle.
Get ready for the beating of a lifetime. Get lost.
Bro. That's right.
You're gonna get what's coming to you. Well, that was easy. I search for the elusive Moogle.
I gotta remember what her abilities do. Like, she is so technical compared to the other characters. So if I go to... Is it battle settings? No. Party. No. Here we go. Bloodbath. Unleash a flurry of blows that deals a large amount of damage. I know assess, I know pray. Art of War. Buffet an enemy with blows, and all subsequent attacks deal increased damage. So I want to use that, then follow up with something. Create a gust of wind that damages nearby enemies and launches them towards you. Fire ninjutsu. Use and temporarily enhance fire ninjutsu. Okay. Brumal form. Evade an attack. ATB increases when successful. Can use while airborne. Okay. I remember that. Ugh. Why video games gotta be so technical? I know you can access the tutorials in this game, I just don't remember how. Manual? Intermission, here we go. I need to read all of this. Yuffie can fight effectively both close and from range. Press square to strike a foe with her throwing star. Hold square to continue attacking while putting distance between her and the enemy. So hold square to continue attacking while putting distance from... Okay. Guarding just before the enemy lands a hit will greatly reduce the damage Yuffie receives. Pressing triangle will launch her throwing star at an enemy. While it's away, press square to have Yuffie attack with... That's right, that's what I was forgetting. I knew there was something key. The throwing star will return automatically after a certain period of time, but can be retrieved earlier by pressing triangle again. Oops. Yuffie can attack using her long-range ninjutsu by pressing square or throwing stars away. The ability Elemental Ninjutsu can change the ability elemental affinity of this attack. Press left or right while the ability is selected to cycle between infinities. Okay. Easy enough. Sonon cannot be controlled in battle, but he can follow orders issued to him through R2. Pressing L2 will allow Yuffie to synergize with Sonon. While synergized, he will follow her lead and team up for special attacks. These synergized attacks make enemies more susceptible to staggering and are effective against pressured foes. Furthermore, if Sonon and Yuffie have ATB gauges available, they can perform synergized versions of the Art of War and Windstorm. Sonon's ATB gauge fills up more slowly when synergy is engaged. Okay. Sorry, that was all very important information. Alright, let's see if we can remember some of that stuff we learned. So, triangle, and then I can use square, do that, have a return, hold square, and I make it. Oh my gosh! Okay, this is cool. I remember why I like this DLC so much. Let's go ahead and assess. Okay, he's weak to wind. Spell-weaving airborne lizards that live in the slums. They're usually seen flying closer to the ground than their larger brethren. Hitting them with wind attacks make them susceptible to staggering, while landing magic attacks on them will bring... Okay, cool. So... let's dodge. Ooh. Oh! God, okay, I didn't see that rat. This is bad. Let's go ahead and... Ooh, we can't pray. We're gonna have to cure. Okay. So what I need to do is wind ninjutsu, throw, and just spam. Okay. That brings him down to the ground. Art of War. Yes.
Piece of cake.
Let's go, Yuffie. Guess we can sneak through here. Also, one other thing I want to do, if I can remember how to do it, enemy intel. I'm missing the Grenadier, the Riot Trooper, Shock Troopers. Man, I'm missing a lot of stuff. What's this? Were Rat, Forger, Sweeper, some sentries. Okay, we're gonna get every one of those throughout the course of the game, so I just want to see how many I was missing.
No palm. You okay? Anybody home?
Well, you want to be my teammate? You want to partner up? You look like you can do some dark magic.
Oh, well, guess I'm not going anywhere until I get that elevator moving. Gotcha! I never cease to amaze myself.
Moving on up.
Alright, let's see how this plays out.
Okay. Haven't scanned him yet. Large insects found throughout the slums. They always move in swarms, scavenging for scraps and preying on whatever crosses their path, whether it be a small animal or a human. Also forgot to see what they're weak to. Ice. Okay.
You need to chill.
There we go.
All in a day's work.
Which way am I supposed to go? Oh, great. An item that I can't even use. Would that materia be? HP up? Okay. I should probably have that on her now that I think about it. I should be upgrading it somehow. Healing, parry, assess, ATB boost, revival, magnify. Prayer. Warding. Experience up, skill up. Do I have AP up though? Fills teammates' ATB gauges when attack commands are used back to back, or ATB commands are used back to back. That's going to be very useful in a little bit. But for right now, I think I'm going to take this HP up off of Sonon, move it to Yuffie. On second thought, MP up would be the right play. There. Right.
Yeesh, this town's a total dump. I thought Midgar was supposed to be the marvel of the modern world. Talk about false advertising. City of Mako? City of garbage, more like.
Ooh. I remember those dudes being pretty tough over there.
Do something. Oh, you'll do the trick. Come on down.
Alright. Let's save weird homie number 1. Oh! Ouch! Okay, they're weak to ice. Oh my gosh, I'm about to die. I'm gonna need Cura. Oh my god. Well, that's gonna happen a couple times. To be fair, I died on that exact same group of dogs when I played through the base game. Oh my god. I let that happen twice. Okay, okay. So step 1 is avoiding that throat clamp. Step 2 is avoiding the headbutt. Ice ninjutsu. Come on, pressure him. There we go. And if that other dog comes over, Art of War. There we go.
So... not even a thank you?
Guess he's not gonna be any help. Let's go over here. It's a little scary that those dogs killed me twice. Oh well. I like a good challenge, so it doesn't bother me. I love how good the plate looks. It's just incredible. I guess this is the outskirts of Sector 7. I need to heal up.
This is too weird.
Yeah, just leave him alone.
Okay, you got this!
Any more rats for me to kill?
Huh, okay. That rotten egg smell's gone. Must have gotten used to it. Way things are going, I'll be working for Shinra next. Nice try, Midgar. I'm talking to myself. City's getting to me.
Wait, did you just come from any monster troubles, or...?
Monsters have been acting strange since.
And we're back in the slums.
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We are in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1.
Oh, what do we have here? Man, that's gotta be Avalanche. Not bad. Not bad at all. But I can do better.
Yuffie? Yo.
What? There's our palm. So
No.
you're Avalanche?
I'm GJ.
Tell me you don't know how to be covert without being covert.
Wait up.
What's up, Trunks? Thank you for the
Lord
raid.
_Trunks
How
pressed the
did,
speed of sound and brought the
Gungeon
stream
go?
to 5 viewers.
W agent could find their own way.
I may be elite, but it's not like I've ever been to Midgar. What exactly is a W anyway?
Anyone who lives where you just came from, think of it as a code name.
Uh-huh.
Still can't
So we
believe they sent a
just got
kid
it
to do this
started
job.
maybe about
This
20
kid
minutes
could
ago.
kick your ass.
Saying you're a fresh face is all.
Oh, don't worry. I know exactly what you're saying.
Give me a break.
What's
will
up,
ya?
Arya?
And let you walk all over me?
What's up, Jasper? Okay, we got the whole crew.
I don't get
Someone taught me how to...
it. It was a success. So why?
Yeah, see, that was that long con right there. That was this guy.
We do? We're gonna treat him to it?
Let me sneak into here.
Almost take you now, Jesse.
Shame
Now, question is, do I recover health on benches? I hope so. Trunks, I've already gotten 2 game overs. Yes, HP restored. They did such a good job with Yuffie. Great potion. Can't even use it in hard mode, so...
These two are Billy Bob and Polk.
Billy Bob.
And that's Nio.
Hi. My name is Yuffie, materia hunter and elite special forces operative for the new Wutai government.
I always love how over the top she is.
Infiltrate Shinra HQ and steal their ultimate materia. To prove to our common enemy that Wutai is not to be trifled with. Members of Avalanche, with your full support, we got this.
Not to be trifled with.
Rumble, huh?
You better believe it. So, did you guys meet Sonon yet? He was supposed to be here.
Yeah, he got in 3 days ago.
He's out on the town as we speak. Really seems to be enjoying it here.
Oh, he does he?
You, got any bags?
As if. Ninjas always travel light. It's like a rule. But
I
did
love
bring
what they do to the
these
characters
Wutai's
in the
famous
remake.
cacao beans. Eat up. And here you go.
Okay. That freeze frame got me.
Guess you do.
Sheesh, you ninjas are insane.
Do me a favor, Yuffie, and wait here for Sonon.
She does have
I gotta
sensu
head out.
beans.
Your ID should be ready for pickup by now.
Then why don't I join ya?
Nah, I got this. Besides, you reek of trouble.
So Trunks, you're gonna get to see me play a lot of Fort Condor today. Which, I don't know how you're gonna feel about it, but Fort Condor is a lot of fun.
You look kind of nervous.
I just want to make sure I have the plan down pat. You know, like how to get up top and all that.
Well, if you had an ID, you'd normally just take the train up there. But with all the commotion going on, that's not really an option. Security's on high alert. If you ask me, your best bet is to sit tight and wait for things to settle down some.
I'm gonna love it. I basically, yes.
But I want to go now.
I forbid any other opinion in my chat.
Harsh.
If you haven't introduced yourself to Billy Bob, you should. He's got some intel you might want to hear.
Okay.
1 second. There you go, Trunks. I have gifted you a snack of some sort. Oops. Trunks with an S. Okay, you got some fries.
My teeth.
You're welcome. So the materia I'm looking for is in the Shinra building, right? And where is that exactly?
Ignorance truly is bliss, huh?
What did you just say?
Oh, didn't mean to offend you. Of course, you probably knew this already, but there's a whole other city built on the plate above us. Shinra building's right in the middle. You can't miss it.
Oh, that one. Why didn't you say so?
As for what to do once you make it into the building, ask Naya. She'll give you the deets.
Okay, Nio. This is kind of like a peak Nomura design. Normally I don't really care when he does weird stuff, but this shirt right here is so dumb. Like, I don't even know if it's physically feasible.
You must be tired from your trip. Why don't you get some rest?
With all the noise in this city? I'm freaking possible. How about you tell me where in the Shinra building they're keeping that materia instead? Don't hold out on me now. I know you know.
Actually, I kind of don't. At least, not an exact location. All I know is that Shinra, for most purposes, treats materia as a weapon. Which means the Advanced Weaponry Division probably deals with it. And since that's in the basement,
I see. So, Shinra hides its top secret materia in the basement.
And we gotta infiltrate.
You won't have to wait much longer, my precious. I promise.
Just be careful, will you? Please?
Right. Do I have to talk to them again?
Sonon's still not back? Must be in Wall Market then.
What's Wall Market?
Let's just say it's a place for people with mature tastes.
Mature taste.
I don't know if I'd go that far to say that Walmart is for mature people.
It's kinda hard to explain.
No, I think I get it. Like bars filled with smoke so thick you can't even see, and drinks so bitter you want to spit them right back out. Where everyone gets drunk and complains about how kids just don't understand the value of hard work. They'll be the death of society. Ugh, how can they not see that they're the ones destroying it? Wutai's got a place like that, where grown-ups drink their lives away. It's called the Happy Turtle.
Interesting. There's a Happy Turtle
The
in
Happy
Midgar as well.
I forgot.
Huh?
Man, that's a
I don't
whole
know
bit
where
for
exactly
this
because I've
DLC.
never actually been, but I do
Unfortunately,
see
I don't think we're gonna
flyers
have to
from time
do it
time.
because I collected all the Happy Turtle stuff on my base
They're
playthrough.
taking down Midgar one citizen at a time. I salute you, Happy Turtle.
Come to think of it, there's a man who goes around putting up flyers for the bar. People call him Old Snapper, and he doesn't dress like your average Midgar male. Might be from Wutai.
I gotta find him. Man deserves some DeChow beans.
Right.
You know about the VR combat simulation module, right?
Huh? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? It's that thing that stimulates modulation.
Kinda. It's a machine that puts you in a virtual world where you can practice fighting all you want. There's even a portable version of it. Guy around the corner has one.
Chadley.
Hardly ever see
Best boy
technology that
Chadley.
down here. So what do you say? Want to try it?
I really don't have time to be playing around with some stimulator. But just to be polite, I guess I'll take it for a spin.
The guy's name is Chadley. He's over by the neighborhood
Let's
watch.
go.
If you ever feel like some virtual training, I'm sure
I need to
you'd be
give
happy.
Chadley my battle data.
You look about ready to die of boredom. Want to play Fort Condor?
Yes. On hard mode, opponents will use modified boards that will give them more of an advantage, and victory conditions will also be more difficult to meet. So, Trunks, you know the thing about Chadley, right? You know the thing about Chadley, right? Gotta get back to work. Take care, Arya.
Fort
I don't want to...
Condor?
Oh,
Should've
man.
known. It hasn't been out long, so there's no way you W's would have heard of it.
Yes I have. And what's more, I'm awesome at it. I'll whoop you so hard you'll wonder if you ever knew the rules.
For my benefit, then. Let me go over them.
All right, so we have the Fort Condor board game. So from what I understand, because I did read a little bit about getting the platinum, they recommend me using the Grand Master board, which, let me see if I actually have that. No, I guess I have to buy it. Anyway. So I have Riot Barracks, a Slug Ray Factory, Helicopter, Elite Helitrooper, Cutter, Armored Shock Trooper, Monodrive, and an Elite Guard. Man, I forget everything about this, but we're just gonna go in. We doing this. All right. So, oh gosh, gonna do this. Yes, Trunks, this is super cool. So this thing's gonna generate some troops. I'm gonna have to stop this guy from shooting it in a second. And there's a whole rock, paper, scissors thing, so I think shield beats... What was it? Range beats, shield beats. Okay, here we go. Shield is good against sword. Range is good against shield. Sword is good against range. Okay. I think we're good. Yep. Alright. So we got a shield guy there. Let's put down a elite grenadier. Yes, this music's also incredible. Okay. I think I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. I'm gonna put down a factory on his side just to be disrespectful. Actually, no. I'm calling in the freaking big guns. Helicopter. Let's go. They did such a good job of, they didn't have to do any of this. But they just went so freaking hard in the paint. So I need... I'm just gonna kill this guy. Yeah, this is super over. I'm gonna cast a barrier right here. None of them are gonna get hurt. It's over. GG, easy.
Damn, Yuffie, how'd you do that? You totally kicked my ass.
You mean you didn't lose on purpose? Wow.
Well, if you're looking for a challenge, the Undercity's got no shortage of serious players.
I've kind of got better things to do.
Sure about that? Word is, if you beat the Grandmaster, you can win some serious cash. Materia, too.
Materia?
That's right. But you should know, the hardcore competitors won't give you the time of day till you've proven yourself.
Whatever. Bring it on! All this talking is giving me a headache. I'm gonna go do some recon.
I won't stop you. Just don't go too far, okay?
So... Are you level 5 now? Do I have to beat you again?
Condor?
No, I don't want to fight you again.
You sure?
So first things first, we need to get the Grand Master board, which... Oh.
Oh, the joy and cheer that await at the happy
Turtle.
Oh, greetings, Softshell. So, how many of those flyers did you find?
What?
You know how dope it would be to actually have a turtle shell like that?
Just 6 flyers for the happy turtle, and a one-of-a-kind prize could be yours. Ring any bells?
Nope.
Well then, allow me to explain. The Happy Turtle's running a contest. And the rules are simple. All you have to do is collect 6 of our fabulous flyers from around Sector 7, and you'll earn yourself a prize sure to delight even the dourest Diamondback. Sadly, a handful of locals have taken to acting like stinkpots toward anything Mutayan, especially since the bombing. Some have even gone so far as to tear down my poor posters. Little wonder nobody's won yet.
Bummer.
Which leaves me in a pretty predicament. But hey, my pain might be your gain. By collecting just a handful of flyers, you could be the first, and at this rate, the only winner of the most testudinarious contest in Midgar's history. This here is a sample of one of our ads. Breathtaking, isn't it? Now it's up to you to find all 6. Leave no shell unturned, no pond unplumbed.
That prize is as good as mine.
Ah, since you're here, you wouldn't happen to have any Condor coins on you, would you?
Condor coins.
This job may keep a shell over my head, but my real passion's coin collecting. I'd gladly part with some oddities and commodities in exchange for those little beauts.
Okay. Bye. Grandmaster board, okay. How many Condor coins do I have, though? Do I have 0? No, I have 10. I have 10. Okay, cool. I can buy the Grandmaster board. That's what I care about. Cool. Now, I guess I should kind of have one of every troop. That's probably my next objective, which I can pretty much do aside from one. Own that. Own that. Right. And now we just need this Vanguard. So now we just gotta beat 7 people at Fort Condor. Johnny seems like an easy mark.
Don't freaking scare me like that. I'm highly strung. You trying to kill me? Who the hell are you?
Who am I? Someone who doesn't spend all day muttering to themselves in the shadows. Like some kind of Shinra spy.
Say what? Me? No. I was just, you know, thinking about stuff. Huh? Yeah, like how to bag that sweet, sweet Fort Condor prize money. It's my ticket out of here.
I'm a little
So
scared.
you're after the Grandmaster too? Sorry to burst
I'm a
your
little
bubble,
scared
Mr.
because he
Shadowlurker.
was like a very, very easy opponent the first time you play, but now everybody's level 5, so is Johnny just gonna be like the super big brain, just 4D chess type of dude? Alright. Only one way to find out. So, let me see how I have these troops lined up. Riot Barracks, Helicopter, Cutter, Monodrive. Yeah, Johnny's about to get super big brain up in here, I can tell. So there's one downside of using the Grandmaster board, aside from not having that much ATB apparently. But I just can't remember what it is. Riot Barracks, Slug Ray Facility, so let's go ahead and do that. Helicopter, Elite, Helitrooper. Okay. Can I not use the helicopter with this guy? Is that... I think it costs too much for this board. So I'm gonna have to find an equivalent. We can try this Sledge Worm, I guess. Remains stationary and prevents enemies from range with shockwaves. Possesses exceptional durability and attack power. HP continually depletes after plate. Okay. We'll give it a shot. Why not? And cutter. Am I allowed to use the cutter is the question. No, they cost 6. Huh. So I have 2 shields, potentially 2 attacks and 1
Follow. Jasper 21,198 is running with the pack.
Thank you, Jasper. I appreciate the follow. Oh, God. What do I want to do here? What do I want to do here? Carries a shotgun that deals severe damage. What the heck? We'll go with it. See what happens. So on hard mode, I have to beat their main unit, which is that one in the very back. And I think I'm gonna do best if I do this. This will give me some ranged troops. My AP's generating really fast, which is good. Oh crap, I can't let him destroy that. Screw it. Then we're gonna do riot barracks. Right. Then if I can get, how's my sledge worm doing? It's doing okay. What I really need is freaking range units, but I don't have access to those right now. Oh, are you kidding me about these turrets? Are they not dead? I'm gonna go right here and put an elite helitrooper. Oh, come on. Finish him! This isn't going well at all. If I could put down the sledge worm. I might have to change it up on a game-to-game basis, because right now he just has too many shield units, and that's what's screwing me over. Oh, okay. Can I make him focus on somebody? I think we're still gonna win this. It's gonna be close though. Come on. 16 seconds on the clock and I just don't have anything that can finish. Come on, 5 seconds. Push. Push. Yes! 1.75 seconds on the clock. We got him. Secrets of the Ninja Volume 3.
What? No, this can't be. Say it ain't so.
Hi, Johnny.
Goodbye, fortune. Goodbye, pride.
Now I'm
Dude, it
taking
gets
down
so
Midgar
hyped.
a citizen at a time.
Wait, what'd you say?
That all of Midgar is gonna suffer the same fate.
So that's one scrub down.
Man, just my luck. Sold out.
Wars are coming, people. Need to be armed and ready.
Huh? I ain't seen you around here before. Sure you're in the right store?
Wow, I'm missing all of this stuff. How much skill do I have? Ninja Armlet, 38 and 38. 3 materia slots.
I only stock the best of the best.
Cloud streaming the Olympics everywhere. Oh, man. See, that one's the most balanced by far. I think I'm just gonna keep it.
You know what might be a good idea? Replicate that much weight.
Can I play Biggs or Wedge?
Hey, lady, are any of us do something?
He must have found it. Did not have the bullets to fend him off.
What's gonna happen to our town?
There's Chadley. I don't want to talk to Chadley just yet.
Huh. I know that tune anywhere.
If there are shortages, do you think they'll turn the power off on us? They would.
Somebody's playing some Happy Turtle music somewhere.
Attention! For 3 gil, you can play Fort Condor against the lovely Kiri. You know the drill. You want to play? You gotta fork over. What's your deal? And why are you dressed like a 5-year-old? That's just weird. What are
You're
you talking
one to
about?
talk?
This isn't weird. It's super cute. Super cute? More like super lame. Not as lame as Midgar. Huh? Just saying how much I was looking forward to playing Fort Condor. I could really use the training, you know? Sure, I'll put you through your paces. But you do know it's gonna cost you, right? 1 match, 3 gil. Pay up.
Yeah, fine. 3 gil lost. You drive a hard bargain, Kyrie. Oh, I can see what unit she's using, so I can super counter this. So, according to the weapon triangle, shield is good against what she's got. So, I've already got 2 shields in there. I can afford to let her kind of mess me up with the monodrive because I don't think she'll be using it too much. So, let me... I need shield, and I also need... Then again, she only has 1 riot trooper. We're gonna modify this guy to make him a shield guy. 5 grenades from range, which damage all foes within the blast radius. Though it moves slowly, its durability is rather high. Sure, why not? Alright, Mimi, thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. And I guess I'll probably see you in your stream tomorrow. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. So Mimi is actually a personal friend of mine. She's been streaming for almost a year, I'd like to say. I might be wrong about that. But she's also a variety streamer. She's done GeoGuessr. She's currently playing It Takes Two with her husband. She played Beyond Two Souls, so really good, wholesome person, fellow cat lover. So give her a follow if you haven't already. All right, let's do this. Ah, no problem. Why? There we go. That's the play. Come on, spawn something. Spawn something. This up, and we're gonna use a sledge worm. Over here, I'm gonna put another riot barrack. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bad stuff is happening on this side of the map. We are gonna go ahead and just expedite that a little bit. And throw this guy in there. Screw it. Overall, this is going pretty well. We need to take care of these guys as soon as possible. Which I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do that, but... game over. It's game over, baby. Put that sledge worm right there. That was a pretty easy mark.
Excuse me? I cheated and I still lost? What can I say? Talent trumps all. Whatever. You still owe me for my time. It's gotta be worth 7 gil at least. As if.
Right.
Go all out, go. I haven't seen you around here before.
That's right. Somebody's singing the Stamp song.
Okay, everyone, listen up. Time for Stamp, the loyal little helper.
Trunks, this is an important part of the Final Fantasy VII lore. I hope you're paying attention.
Helping. Captain's given me a very important mission to buy bread for tonight's dinner. So with his super duper nose, Stamp went into town to sniff out a bakery. He went a sniff sniff here and a sniff sniff there. Even finding milk, sausage, and cake didn't distract him. Using his trusty nose, Stamp was able to find the best, most yummiest bakery in the whole city. And from that bakery, he picked out the best, most yummiest smelling loaf of bread. Thinking about how pleased the captain would be, Stamp went trotting back to base, wagging his tail and singing a happy song. But on the road home, he came across a Moogle crying all by himself. "What's wrong?" Stamp asked the forlorn little fellow. "I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten in ages, Kupo," the Moogle sniffled. "Never fear, Stamp's here, and I know just how to help." So Stamp gave the crying Moogle his loaf of bread. "Thank you, Kupo," the Moogle explained, his palm bouncing excitedly.
Music's really good too.
Then Stamp waved goodbye and returned to base. When he got there, he went straight to the captain and told him what had happened. The captain was very proud of Stamp. Helping that Moogle was the right thing to do. "Who's a good boy?" the captain laughed as he gave Stamp a good scratch behind the ears. And Stamp let out a happy bark, for he knew that he was the good boy. The end. That's all for today. Did everyone enjoy that?
I did. I enjoyed that.
You know the landlady, Mom. Someone certainly dresses the part. I just wish we knew that.
Somebody was singing the Stamps theme. Where was that?
Well now, that's quite the get-up you're sporting there.
Jesse.
Already, Shinra. I get it. I should be up there with them.
That's right, her leg's broken.
But still.
So I've been thinking about it, and I know just what you need. Round to Fort Condor?
You gotta be. Didn't I tell you I'm not in the mood? You know what? Fine. Why the hell not? Might help take my mind off things.
Jessie seems like she'd be good at Fort Condor. As such, she has a pretty good overall deck. See, her weakness is she doesn't have that many attack units. So I need to focus on taking out ranged and shield. So I need attack, and I also need ranged. Okay, cool. Edit loadout. Is there not a barracks for, like... I guess it kind of makes sense because you can't really just spawn these guys out the wazoo. Trying to do here? What am I trying to do here? Pretty much I need to replace all of my defense units with ranged, I guess. Ranged or attack. So we'll go with that. I remember liking the mono drives. Also, having flying enemies is super effective, so I might try one of them. You know what? We're gonna use 2 different barracks and see what happens. That's a wasted unit if I focus on this side of the map. Oh my god, he's making this super easy now that I think about it. Just keep them distracted. Screw everybody over here. Okay. Oh yeah, we got this. We got this. I'm a little worried about that one, but I can kind of let him go. Could have saved some of my magic for right now. I think we're still gonna be okay. Oh yeah. Game over. Game over. Putting my controller down. Alright.
Damn.
This has been going really good so far.
Ha, laugh it up. Now leave me alone, would you? What's that I hear? The sound of the world's smallest violin? Keep pushing me.
I'll blow you up like I did that reactor. And I didn't even mean to blow up the reactor like that. Okay. Somebody's 100 meters this way. Oh, we gotta fight freaking Wedge.
I'm coming for you, Flyer.
Look, a flying turtle! I want a balloon like that.
There, don't worry. Don't
We're all family here. Take a sip and you will
I love how much this game leads into its weirdness. How there's like 7 different jingles for the happy turtle. Good.
There, don't worry. They'll be back soon, I promise. We're all sad they aren't here, but we've gotta be brave.
So, I couldn't help noticing your Fort Condor set. Got time for a game?
It'd be my pleasure.
Then let's do it up. I gotta warn you though, I'm kind of an expert at this.
Let's analyze this man's weakness.
Pretty sure I'll hold my own. I eat experts for breakfast.
Oh, is that right? Well, you can talk the talk, so let's see you walk the walk.
Here we go. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. What's the weakness of his board? His board looks better than mine. He has 3 materia, a heal, full ATB speed. This goes up to 8. I guess Altered Battalion Board 3 is probably about as good as you can get. And I have to be balanced because he's going to have troops of all kinds. And he's got the freaking helicopter too. Okay. My #1 instinct is just to rely on factories. The factories seem to be so good. So, if I can get that covered there. If I have 2 of those, I should have probably... I also need to be able to take out that helicopter. That's going to be the big thing. So I'm going to need... That's going to be the slug ray that takes out the helicopter. One more attack unit and I think we'll be good. 120, 120 versus 300. Yeah. All right, this might be the play. Wish me luck. I'm going to need it. So first of all, put down some slug rays. I'm just gonna put out as many aerial units as possible. And then maybe like one riot thing back here. God. Okay. I'm gonna need another slug ray. Come on, we gotta take out that helicopter, guys. Come on. There we go. I'm just gonna overload the board. That's the only thing I can think of in this strat, like in this scenario. I think I have this. It's still kind of iffy, to be honest. Oh, crap. I have to take him out immediately. We got it. We got it. Woo.
Not gonna lie, I didn't think you had a chance. Sure showed me.
You freaking bet I did. Aw, not gonna go crying to your cats, are ya? Looks like you've got your work cut out for you, my furry friends.
Right.
Whoa, that ninja star's so cool. Wonder if my mom will buy me one.
Yes, we got 2 more. I feel like they're... I'm forgetting who the Grand Master is. It's somebody you wouldn't expect. This, Shinra middle management?
So, when your opponent leads with this, you respond with this? This game is insane.
Hey there, Suit. How's that conversation with yourself working out?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to disturb anyone. My daughter's been dying to play this game, and I promised to teach her. But first, I have to teach myself.
That game wouldn't happen to be Fort Condor, would it? If you want...
Your troops aren't real. Try and not take their second. I mean...
Oh, thanks. That'd be a great help.
That last match, I literally just took the Naruto strategy, and I was like, man, what if I just spam troops? Like, what if I just do my little Taju Kage Bunshin Jutsu, make 1,000 of these slug rays, half of them with which they couldn't even attack, and just go that way. So this guy has a focus on ranged units, so we need a lot of attack units. So I'm gonna get rid of the riot barracks. And I guess we're gonna use the... I feel like I should have more attack units, like in general. Like, I feel like I'm missing somebody. We'll go with this. That dude better not lose. I need him to win. Yeah, we're just gonna go in on this side. Also love how everything's polygonal like the original game right here. Like, if they really did make a Final Fantasy VII OG HD, this would be one-to-one what it looks like. Don't chase, no! Who cares? Who cares? Literally, who cares about him? We're just gonna cast arrow and be done with it. I dropped my drink, but my drink was frozen, so nothing actually spilled.
Well, what do you know?
You can call that a win.
I think I'm starting to get the hang of this.
Yeah.
Starting to get the hang of what? Losing?
Losing on purpose, to be precise. If I can let my daughter win without her suspecting, that to me is as good as a victory.
Boo!
I know. But if it'll make her happy.
Right. We got one more person over here. I have to play Chadley. That's who it is. Chadley's the last person.
Hey, over here! Can't believe those freaking morons. They damn near got themselves eaten trying to hide that stupid poster. You stay away from that factory, you hear? Place has monsters coming out of the walls.
I'm waiting, my friend! Come out, wherever you are! Why, hello there! Forgive me for saying, but you remind me of a dear friend of mine. Perhaps you've met him?
How do I remind you of Cloud? Yuffie is literally the antithesis of Cloud.
My name is Roche, by the way. Ordinarily, your ill-concealed hostility and exotic wardrobe would give me pause. But not today, for I am here on business of a personal nature. Looking for my aforementioned friend.
What's his name?
Oh, I only wish I knew. But I can tell you that he has a real need for speed, as they say. And while he boasts a very large sword, his first love is plainly his mount.
Yeah, he sounds great.
It's pretty awful, his hair. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You play?
I'm always ready for a round of Fort Condor. In the absence of my friend, you will provide some much-needed entertainment, my dear.
Yes. All right, Roche. Show me what you got. So he only has 5 units. The one unit that I have to worry about is that, well, I guess his technical weakness is he only has 1 shield unit. I would stop being friends with him. Agreed. Agreed. This time I really don't need that many ranged units, so we're gonna edit and change these into shield units. Riot barracks. Let's try the sentry gun. And I'm going to need... That can hit things in the air. That's gonna generate... riot troopers, which isn't going to help me with the stuff in the air. So that sentry gun's going to be kind of key. I might just double up on helitroopers. We'll see what happens. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and put these guys down. Also, I immediately regret that decision. That wasn't the right play. He's about to die in a second. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I also put down the wrong troop to deal with him. Alright. That side's dealt with. Shield. I need... No, I can't do anything about that. Alright. If I get one more barracks down, I pretty much have this in the bag. Or I could just put another helitrooper down. Game over. Let's go. All right, we got one more game of that.
Well played, my friend. And to think, I thought I'd best you easily.
Wait, did you just call me your friend?
But of course, with that display of passion, you've more than proven yourself worthy. Henceforth, you shall occupy a place in the pantheon of my closest companions. When next we meet, it will be on the open road, the wind in our hair. Just don't make me come looking for you, my friend.
That hints that he's going to be in the sequel.
Cool. Hey, wait a second. That was everyone, right? Including the Grandmaster? So where's my materia? I want it now!
I'm going to ignore what he's doing with that pole and just enjoy the Happy Turtle theme. very Pokemon the first movie-esque, like that era of music. Big turtle. So, I need to head this way, I think. No, this is the train station. I messed that up. Wrong direction. I wanted to go back here because I think there's an enemy I haven't scanned.
Song of the turtle I hear? How cool! I've never seen a soldier up
But
close
maybe
before.
let me go ahead and finish Chadley off. Just so I can say that the trophy is out of the way.
Wonder what they got up to. How many hours?
I have to talk to him anyway, so.
My turtle senses are tingling.
Here we go.
Candidate detected. Performing physical analysis. She seems relatively agile and has substantial muscle mass for her stature. An acceptable candidate.
Hey, you want to tell me what you're mumbling about?
My apologies. My name is Chadley. Would you be interested in helping me with my research?
I'm Yuffie. Nice to meet you. So, what are you researching?
Combat. It would entail doing battle with the summon in a virtual arena using this portable simulator. Interested?
Kind of, but I already have that summon and I'm on a timeline.
Very well then.
I feel like I definitely need, what's his name, Sonon, before I actually attempt this. So I'm not going to do
Hello,
that.
Yuffie. I finished reviewing your Fort Condor match records. You exhibit what in sporting parlance is called the ability to perform in the clutch and the heart of a champion. In combination, these traits make you the ideal player. That being the case, if it isn't too much trouble, would you mind testing your mettle against me?
I guess so.
I'm sure you'll kick butt.
Let's see what type of broken board this dude has. Altered Grandmaster board. It looks the exact same as mine. I don't see how it's altered. Starts with the same amount of ATB, same speed. I don't know. What I do know is he's about to go down. So he pretty much has my strategy of just overwhelming with barracks. He also has an officer barracks. That's not fair. I'm gonna be back.
Sonon's gotta be back by now.
Let me go over to this. Oh, materia. Worry about that in a little bit. Let me talk to this guy.
So, what can I do?
Because there was one unit I could buy. How would I get that factory, though? All right. This is for the platinum trophy right here.
Would you care to
or not
assist
even the
in my
platinum
research
trophy. It's
by
for
joining
a
me in
trophy.
game or two of Fort Condor?
I'm just gonna have to be smarter than Chadley. Oh, it really ticks me off that he has officer barracks. Where did he get that? So... we're gonna want the elite helitrooper for sure. And we're gonna want both of our barracks. Well, so his thing is he only has one range thing, which means I don't need that many attack things. So I might be good if I just spam all of these other barracks. All right, let's see what he's about. Oh god. This is just gonna be a mirror match. That was huge. I think that's gonna save me right there. Yeah, I think he's gonna have a hard time coming back from this. I kind of spammed units on him. Oh yeah, he's screwed. He's super screwed. Or am I screwed? Am I screwed? Oh my god. What happened? I was doing so well and then everybody just died all of a sudden. Takes out those. I need slug race. I need slug race real bad. Crap! I was so freaking close. This sucks. This sucks. I don't think there's anything I can do at this point. I pushed a little bit too early, and that's what screwed me over in the long run. He got me. Oh. Rematch. Run that back. So we had a lot of flying troops. The thing that screwed me over more than anything was either the Helitrooper or the Slug Ray. For the Slug Ray, I need the Helitrooper. That's really my only counter to that. And then... I'm not going to overthink it. We're just going to go ahead and do it. Are you kidding me that that's out of range? And I can't restart it either. Can I? Retry? Yeah. We're gonna retry. It was close. It was close. That one just hurt. Because I really did think I had it. Okay, he put down that, so let me go ahead and put down that. So I'm gonna go over it. Mess up both of those. And that puts me at a really good advantage right there. Because I have two things generating a lot of units. He has none right now. And now my entire goal is to just kind of stop him from being able to generate units. So I'm just going to counterpick whatever he does at this point. I think this one's going better, but it's still hard to tell. I think I'm going to want more Slug Rays. So we're going to do that. Did I lose again? Have I already lost? Am I already dead? How did they... They turned that around in such a big way. It's those freaking guys up there. I'm not killing them. I've got to take out those guys in the sky. Which I can do with the sentry gun. I just have to put down the sentry guns. Let's put down the riot barracks. And everything he does, I just had to counterpick. And I have to take care of those guys. They're the ones that are absolutely murdering me more than anything. And what I'm going to do is put a slug ray over there. Man, I need the sentries. I need the sentries. Okay. They want to cast stop? I can cast stop too. Let's go. Crap, I need the turret again. I need the turret. Or do I? Some more grenadiers in a second. Crap, he has too many attack units on the board, which means I need defense units on the board, which means I need a riot barrack, which I've just completely overlooked this entire game. How is he getting me so late in the game? I don't understand. It's happened like 4 times now, where I'm in control and then all of a sudden he just kind of goes ham. Okay. What if I change this up? I could use blast rays against his blast ray. I don't know if that's the right move though. Maybe I start throwing in this sludge worm. I'm having such a hard time with this battle. These dudes in the air that are throwing me. So if I had like an aerial... I don't know. I just don't know. I feel like I have the right pieces, I'm just not using them correctly. I could also try holding on to my thunder. I don't think that's the right idea or the right move, to be honest. But it might be worth trying. Yeah, he just has control of the air way better than I do. But if I just keep spamming slug rays, maybe I got this. Maybe that's the play. Yeah, I think that might be the thing. I just have to anticipate the push and just spam pretty much. Yeah. So now I have control of the air at least, which is what I want. So if I can just get rid of these freaking turret dudes. They're murdering me. Also, he has 2 of those. This one's pretty neutral. The problem is I need to freaking win. So if he has more units than me at the end of the game, I'm donezo. Essentially. I might be able to get this. If I can put down one more barrack right in front of him. Just right back here. Well, I've definitely done more damage to him. I don't know if I'm gonna win. I think I literally have to kill. We're about to see, I did more damage to him than he did to me, but I don't think that counts. Yeah. All right. So, the slug rays are a big problem. The blast rays are a big problem. And the helitroopers are a big problem. Those blast rays are so good. What if I... What am I giving away by getting rid of this elite helitrooper? I won't be able to counter his slug rays efficiently. Alright. Also, why are his blast rays so much stronger than mine? His has 500 freaking health. Is that the benefit of his board? Does stuff just get stronger? Yeah, his stuff gets boosted. Okay. That explains a lot. I gotta think about this differently. I'm gonna keep with this. I don't know how to change this layout. Or I don't know what to change about it. I'm not using the sentry gun as efficiently as I should. But I don't... I really don't know what to do on that... in that regard. How did that not hit both of those? The other thing is, he starts the exact same way every time. So, it might be beneficial to do this. You can go ahead and preload this. And make sure I hit both of the barracks this time when he tries it. How did it miss the other barrack? I know I should be able to hit both of them at the same time with that attack. There we go. Better. And now that he's pushed forward a little bit, if I put, let's say, a slug ray facility right here. I'm just gonna go ham from the beginning and see what happens. It's a complete rush down technique. We're just gonna focus on one side. What type is that? That's a sword. So we're gonna put a sentry gun like right here. We're gonna start making some more slug raids in a second. I need grenadiers again. I think I'm screwed again though. The way they're moving right now has me uncomfortable. I thought taking out the one side would help, but I'm not sure that's the case. We're getting closer, but we're not quite there.
X Silence and 5 friends have joined the race. Follow. Nordic Wookiee is running with the pack.
Seems like his AP just generates faster than mine. Alright, I gotta take care of them. So, sentry gun there. Okay. Come on, kill that thing while it's stopped. Kill that thing while it's stopped. Ugh. Yeah, I just gotta overwhelm with slug race at this point. I think that's my only chance. Also, the other thing that's screwing me over is they're just standing in groups of like 15 or 20 little guys. What's up? Oh my god. Sorry, I've been super deep into this game, dying constantly. What's up, James? Thank you for the raid. Oh man, how are you doing? How was Final Fantasy VII Disc 2? We are currently getting murdered at Fort Condor. This is freaking depressing. What if I just skip them Throw this guy up here. But let me catch up. What's up, James? What's up, Dr. Darkglock? How's everybody? Oh my god. I'm not even focusing right now. This is terrible. So this game has a mini game called Fort Condor, which is kind of like Fort Condor in the original game, but kind of not. It's like a chess game that Midgard people play. And I've beaten every other hard opponent except for Chadley. Chadley is just... he's eating my lunch right now, if I'm being perfectly honest. We're gonna go ahead and retry. We're not gonna salvage this. Oh my god. What can I do differently? What can I do differently? We've got the Slug Ray. We've got the Grenadier. I need the Sentry Gun to take out the Helitrooper. Also, let me give Silence a shout out. Good friend of mine, he plays a lot of Final Fantasy himself. He's also a variety streamer, so I know he eventually wants to go on to like Sekiro, Devil May Cry, a couple of other things. Oh my gosh. Let's think about this board. I keep going back to this Sentry Gun thinking I don't need it, but I don't know what to replace it with. I need another troop that essentially accomplishes the same thing of being able to hit things in the air, but I don't got that for the defense units. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna keep banging our head against this wall until it breaks. Oh, you're welcome, Silence. No problem at all. Okay. Afraid I gotta hit the hay, but good seeing you. Yes. Nordic, do you stream? Out of curiosity? Because I know most of the people in like our little circle stream at this point, but it's hard to keep track of who does and who doesn't. Okay, you do. Then I need to give you a follow after this. Ugh. I hate not starting with like 2 or 3 of those barracks out. But I think he gains AP faster than I do. We'll go with, yeah, Grenadiers. The problem is they have like an AoE attack and all of my people are always grouped up. And I don't think there's anything I can really do to fix that. That's just how this system works. Okay. There's no way. There's literally no way for me to win this. Let's retry. Let's retry. I beat every single other opponent in one, but Chadley is just eating my lunch. He's so good at this. He's so good. He has a cheating board. His board, like, literally is broken in some ways. But this should still be doable. What if I anticipate? So I'm going to use lightning on that anyway. And the first troop that's going to come out of there is going to be a sword one. The second one's going to be a ranged one. I don't have a ranged barrack. We're just going to do this and see what happens. What's up, Raider? This one specifically is tough. Fort Condor in general is super easy. This specific battle is just giving me a rough time. Go with that. Cast Thunder. I just gotta keep telling myself, all I have to do is beat him once. No matter how many times he beats me, I only have to beat him once. Doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Just trying to get this platinum trophy. This game is doing its best to stop me. And I'm not gonna lie, it's doing a pretty freaking good job right now. But, you know, aside from that, this one seems kind of like a stalemate right now, but I might be able to turn it in my favor in a second. Oh, man. So I need a riot barrack. Screw it. That was a bad choice right there, but it kind of had to be done. See, them being grouped like this is what's going to screw me over, because that guy is going to attack all of them at once. Every single time. And there's nothing I can do to fix that. Put down the sentry gun, and hopefully those guys just stop annoying me. This might be it. Might be it. If I just keep harassing them with slug rays, I don't think there's much they're going to be able to do about it. Unfortunately, I'm out of materia, which is a huge disadvantage. Come on. Come on. We're at sudden death, but we're actually in a really good spot. Yes, this is the run. This is it. Keep putting down factories. Oh my my god, how many of those things can he put down? I was good until these guys, like, there's no way he should have been able to spawn that many. Oh, I'm an idiot. I put down the wrong troop. All those barracks get messed up in my head. I gotta use the sentry better to take out the aerial troops. And I have to make sure that I occasionally use the grenadier barracks on top of the riot ones. That was the closest one yet. I really thought I had it. Jesus. Already messed up. I need to put down the slug first. Slug first. Then I think the grenadier. I think that's the right call. Wait a second. What's he doing? He never does that. He always puts down 2 barracks first. What the F? I guess we're putting a sentry down. Right here. Also, he completely dominated my barracks, so that's a good thing. Before the network, we were soldiers. I don't know, man. I'm getting murdered left and right here. Let me watch his first move. Okay, he's starting with his typical strategy. He's gonna put down... Why can't I put down a riot barrack? What the heck? Okay. Let's go grenade. Already messed up. Already messed up. Already effed up. Okay. I need to take care of them immediately. More so than anything else on this board, these guys just mess me up. And we can do slug rays or we can do... that's a tough choice. I'm gonna put the slug ray. And I guess I'm just gonna let him have his way with this side of the board for the moment. That's not going great. Oh, wow. He just literally built on top of me. So he killed one of mine. I'm about to kill one of his if I'm lucky. If I put the sentry gun down, do I put the barracks down or do I put the sentry down? We're going with barracks, screw it. Now it's one of these jerks. I just gotta get rid of him. Of course, if I stop him in a second. Come on. Push. Push. I need you guys to push. And now I really need the turret. Turret's gonna save me right now if I put it down. Okay, two down. Two down, and we have two of these guys on the field. I just got to make sure these slug ray facilities don't get destroyed. This is going to be close. I might not have enough time to take him out, though. That's the sad thing. It really depends on what these grenadiers do. Stop focusing on the... they're focusing on the wrong enemies. Of course, I'm not even focusing because I'm not even putting down stuff. It's not going to win. This isn't the run. All right. I am starting to get sick of this fight.
It was a close match. Maybe next time.
I can come back to this.
Ready to do battle with a virtual
At the same time, like, I just want to be done with this. I want to be done with Fort Condor. Ugh. The thing that's screwing me over is the blast rate. It has 500 HP. And it does 60 damage. The best counter I have to that is the slug ray, which it's weak, but it's aerial and it can't get just trounced on in the same way. So what if I get rid of this guy and I really just go all in on the slug rays? Or I could go Sentry Ray. Because it can fire a laser at long distance. I have no clue. I'm just going to try stuff. Oh. And of course, he starts all weird in a way I wasn't expecting him to start. Why would he use that early? Or who am I to question him? It's like a god at this game. And I don't have a hard counter for that anymore. How did that not... Sometimes I hate this. Sometimes I absolutely hate this. That should have hit both of those facilities, but it only hit one. Oh, come on. So, James, the goal, I have to kill that main unit in the back. If I don't kill it, then I automatically lose. That's literally like, in normal mode, you just have to do more damage to all three of those guys combined. In hard mode, I have to take out that back unit. And that's what's screwing me over. Because I can play better than him. It's just I cannot play better than him and beat him at the same time. Oh, okay. So, let's try this again. Fence. How much damage is that going to do? Not enough. Answer is not enough damage. I need you to focus on this guy. Although this be looking good right now, if I'm being honest. Sentry Ray? I don't know. Sentry Ray might be the play right here. Both of those guys are stopped. Does that stop my units too? I need barracks, that's what I need. Okay. But he's just gonna keep spamming those guys on me. It doesn't matter. That's just too much HP to get through. Because once he starts putting those guys on the field, it's over. Every time it's over. This is putting me on tilt. It's really putting me on tilt right now. That wasn't bad until he started spamming the shield dudes. Do I have a better... I don't think I have an answer to that. I really don't. Unless... the Elite Grenadier might be able to do something. We'll give him a shot. So, it's kind of like a Fire Emblem style system. So if you look at the very top, all of the units with the little bow and arrow, they counter the shield. Shield counters sword, and sword counters ranged, essentially. So that's how it plays out. But, man. I'm borderline ready to look at a guide for this. I'm normally not that type of guy, but this guy is frustrating me to no end. Part of me wants to hold off on the thunder, but allowing him to have two of those things to just produce as many troops as he wants makes it so difficult early. Go ahead and get some of these in the air. Now he has 3. The problem with this one is, it's not like the original where you could control where you want your troops to go. At least to my knowledge. Because if I could just say, like, hey, attack this thing, it'd be fine. Yeah. Yeah, I have to stop him early on with that thunder. Because he gains ATB a little bit faster than I do. Or at least that's how I think it's working right now. Of course, he hits me with the curveball move. Throwing that guy out first. Let's go with the Grenadier. Ugh. I really need another factory, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Yeah, just stand there and get chopped. Sure, why not? Cool. Cool. I'm super boned this time. I'm gonna give it one more try. Win or lose, we're gonna do something else. We can come back here. We can come back. Oh. I'm just disgusted by Chadley right now. He's been beating me for literally an hour at this point. Everything else has been going dandy. Right. That doesn't count. I'm too invested. You gotta beat him. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you about beating him. Because right now, I literally feel like I just don't have the brain power involved in beating this man right now. I'm willing to listen to suggestions if anybody has any ideas. Because right now, whatever I'm doing obviously isn't working. That got me a triple kill, which is nice. Did not mean to put that there, but okay. Chadley's brain is too big. It's a little annoying how big his brain is, to be frank. Why not? That thing just has too much HP. Like, I'm already dead. I'm already dead. There's nothing I can do to stop this onslaught.
Downgrading skill evaluation in line with new data.
Alright, Chadley.
Would you care to assist in my research?
Alright, okay. No, you don't get to say that to me. No, 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 no. Little AI freaking Pojo bot, dude. Okay, now it's personal. Now it's personal. I say we notify the Fort Condor Rules Committee and report Chadley. Save Thunder for the spider mechs and try to take down the barracks with... We can try it. We can try it. I'm trying to think about which troops would be best for that job, though. I think I might have to give up on the sentry gun. I like the concept of it, but I'm not using it to its full potential. So, if we get rid of that... Maybe I just need all flying troops. What if I just put everything in the air at all times? We'll see what happens. Chadley's good at this children's video game. What can I say? You know, I completely didn't take your advice, Trunks, now that I think about it. Because I have nothing to kill these barracks with right now. I have nothing. For real. Look at how many troops he has. How does that even happen? It's like he's playing a different game. Ugh. You know what? Let the spiders come. Let them come. Who cares? And I can't even counter those things. God dang it. Oh, this is bad. I'm already dead. You guys are rooting for the wrong team. That's all I can tell you. Oh my gosh. Cadley. Cadley boy. He does take out those slug rays really good, though. We're gonna focus on this side, allow my bird to handle this side, and maybe... I know we said we were gonna wait, but I need to push. I need to push somehow. It's over. All right, I'm gonna try a blitzkrieg approach where I just spam all of my good spells really early on in the match. I like the mana drive. I think I'm gonna keep the mana drive. We're gonna have both of those. The Helitrooper. We'll see what happens. All right, last time, win or lose. Here we go. Of course he does something I can't counter off the bat. We'll try that again. So, these slug rays. Okay. I did everything in my power to just overwhelm this side. And he used a very good counter. To his defense, that was a really good stop right there. Oh my god, that stop ruined me. That stop single-handedly just... Oh. Trump, we're taking that Phoenix down. We are taking the Phoenix down. Wait, guys, this might be it. No, he's got these freaking things, and I can't do anything about it. Oh, let's go! Let's go! This is happening! This is happening! Those feels when you realize everything's just gonna work out in the end? Because you spam? Because you spam? Because you don't have any actual real skill? Let's go! Give me more of them slug rays. Let's go! Yes! Oh my god. Oh my god, we did it. I used all my spells super early. Like, I had read a guide that's kind of like the strat, but I didn't know I had to use them all like back to back to back. Oh. But yeah, every board that you get, there's like probably 5 or 6 different styles of boards. Each one has 3 materia, so the one I was using was the Grandmaster, which has really good ATB recovery, which you use for troops. But then you also have Thunder, Arrow, and Stop. Okay, now we can actually play the video game part of the video game.
Yuffie. Thanks to you, my hypothesis has been substantiated.
Your hypothesis what now?
Substantiated. I was testing security measures against Mutayan espionage operations. By offering a reward,
I didn't see the trophy pop-up happen.
Of adoption, which would, in turn...
Yeah, skip to the
Unless
end.
it happens after the cutscene.
My apologies. What I meant to say was this. The money and the materia are yours. Do with them as you please.
Did you say materia? So, you're the Grandmaster. Who'd have thunk? How does it feel, Shinra, to see the whole of Midgar brought to its knees by the amazing Yuffie?
It feels like I wasted an hour of my life playing that game. Does feel good though.
Adversity is commendable. You are truly a worthy competitor. When I next wish to test a hypothesis, I would be honored if you would agree to kick its butt.
Anytime.
And like I was saying, okay, we did get our trophy. Like I was saying, all the other level 5 opponents beat them in one shot. Had almost no problems whatsoever. Chadley built different. Literally built different. Oh. Man, that was starting to make my heart hurt a little bit. So... I think there's one little side quest I can do before I continue on with the main quest. So I'm gonna check to see if this one thing's open over here. Oh my god.
Stay alert now.
My turtle senses are tingling.
Where's that? Chadley is 100% built different, and you know what I'm talking about.
No time for small fry. You're gonna get what's coming to you.
Okay, what's he weak to? Ah, I haven't scanned him. Large rats that appear in the slums in search of food. Wary and alert, they always move in packs. Okay, they're weak to ice. So, James, Alex, Yuffie plays very differently than all the other party members in this game. So, she has close range attacks, long range attacks, and then she also has what's called ninjutsu, which essentially you throw your shuriken at them and then you can just kind of spam elemental spells for a little bit. She also has perfect block, so if you block perfectly, then she normally gets a stat buff of some sort depending on the weapon.
Make way.
These guys are weak to ice, so like right now I'm just spamming ranged attacks on them. Now ice ninjutsu. Oh, that did a lot of damage. Can't allow that to happen again. Really wish I had this game on PC. Yeah, I wish they release it on Steam soon, because I feel like that's going to be the version to get, just because they have better discounts there and stuff. Okay. Venomantis, a subspecies of Gristrike that is marked with yellow and black patterning on its carapace. It is armed with a highly potent poison. So I need to go ahead and attack him with ice. Go. Get in there. Now, I guess he hit me with slow at some point. Pray. Okay, that didn't restore as much HP as I thought. I'm gonna need cure. These guys have a lot of health. Come on. Abilities. Icy Banishment. There we go. I forgot I could do that. Come on. Pressure. I think Icy Banishment should finish him off. Nope. Bad call. That wasn't the play. I have freaking limit break. Well, that was cool. Do you fight alone the whole DLC? No. So there is a character called Sonon who I will get very, very soon. And yes, this is a replay on hard, so I can't use items, and the enemies are a little bit stronger. Also, what's up, Murdoch? How are you doing today? The thing I like about Yuffie is she has a very flashy playstyle like Tifa. So I'm sure you saw how long that combo went on for. Like, I was literally there just hitting square for like, I don't know, a good 2 minutes right there. But it was all like, actually not just me button mashing. There was a rhyme to just about everything I did. Let's give him that ice. Oh! Yep. And on hard mode, things can turn sour very quickly. Very quickly. Try that again. I need to get off this platform. That's what screwed me over last time. Oh no, don't run into that. Yeah, I'm playing this poorly right now. Keep dodging, keep dodging, keep dodging. This way you won't be able to get close.
Well, can't
There we go.
for trying.
So the one thing about hard is I'm able to heal at benches. So right now I'm about to get all my MP back, as well as my HP. Yeah, they're especially hard with Yuffie because you don't have like the hard counter that Cloud does. And also, you reminded me of something. She does have something that might deal with them really well. I'm gonna have to try it though. I don't know if they respawn super easily, but she eventually has like an evade and counter move, and that was probably the play right there. Anyway, let's go ahead and get our second party member, because that's gonna be like, that's gonna make this entire area significantly easier, because I'm pretty sure I was supposed to, all those fights I just did, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to have that guy for the fights.
Stay alert now.
But yeah, they can just completely wreck you in a second if you just let your, you know, let your focus get distracted. I think we need to go right over here.
You're incredible. The best.
Yep. Here we go. So we're about to, I guess, re-meet Neo Avalanche down here. Billy Bob.
I'm
back. And this is Sonon right
There you
here.
are. Someone's been expecting you. What took you?
Sorry about that.
What?
Just thinking how you're nothing like your old man. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. I'm Sonon Kusakabe. I was lucky enough to learn how to fight from good...
Yeah, I don't want to talk about him. Let's talk about something else, like how you've adjusted to life here, indulging in adult pastimes. Which I guess means drinking yourself stupid. Last thing I need is my partner stinking like an over-the-hill has-been.
Yuffie's voice actor actually is a Twitch streamer, and she's pretty cool.
If you're part of Operation Down in One, I take it back. I am there next time you go. Don't worry, I can do adult stuff just fine.
Well, I don't even know where to begin with all of that. But I do know I haven't heard of Operation Down in One. At any rate, I'm looking forward to working with you, boss.
Boss? As in me?
Well, I've got a few years on you, I'll admit. But out of us two, you've done this longer.
I guess I have. Boss, huh? I could get used to that. Beats being stuck on the bottom rung, that's for sure.
After we get the materia, we can celebrate your promotion at the Happy Turtle.
Yeah.
Yes, watching her play the, I don't know if she did Intergrade or whatever, but I did see her play a little bit of the base game.
Merchandise is good to go. Handoffs at a depot and municipal storage.
Okay. Yuffie, Sonon, you mind coming along?
Not at all. Need to scope out the city anyway. Really get to know the enemy.
We'll be passing through a rough part of town, so you'll want to go prepared. I'll leave you to get ready.
A rough part of town, I like it.
Okay? Be right there.
That means we're gonna get to some fighting very soon. Now, this game plays completely differently than the base game. Let me see if I can pull up the tutorial thing. I pulled it up a second ago. So, I'm just going to read all of this. Sonon cannot be controlled in battle, but he can follow orders issued through R2. So that's kind of like the partners in the base game. Synergy. This is completely new here. Pressing L2 will allow Yuffie to synergize with Sonon. While synergize, he will follow her lead and team up for special attacks. So you have access to skills that you don't have normally when you're synergized. And doing it, you use ATB from both of them at the same time. So it's very Chrono Trigger-esque if anybody's played Chrono Trigger. The drawback of being synergized is you generate ATB slower than normal. So it's a really cool dynamic. Yeah, it's kind of like 15 in that way. Like, this game, 7 Remake in specific, has a lot of heritage in 13 and 15 in its battle system. Wait a second. I don't need to talk to Chadley. I will never talk to Chadley again. Except for when I need to fight Weiss. Wait a second. Do I need to go back down there and talk to somebody? Darn it.
Try and keep a low profile around here, okay?
Heading out? Watch yourself, okay?
I'm a little confused about this objective marker. Oh, shoot.
You guys all set?
There was a materia pass by. Yes, you're right. Thank you for reminding me. I have to go back over here. So I have all the materia, but a duplicate never hurts. If I had to guess, this is probably like a restore. Oops. I walked past it again, didn't I? I need to go through here, down here. And it should be right in the corner.
Everyone, listen up. Time for helper.
Oh, right on the money, heal materia.
So with his super duper nose, Stamp went into town to sniff out a bakery. He would have sniff here.
Man, I am so hyped to get back into this combat. This combat might... I'm not going to say it's better than the base game, but it is so different. And I like it probably equally, which is saying something for only having 2 party members.
You guys all set?
No, dude, I appreciate it.
Okay.
I love your thoroughness in your streams, because I'm learning a lot.
So now, where are we headed?
To pick up your IDs. There's no way to get topside without him.
I was telling my friend Lord Trunks that you two are probably the only two people that I know that probably know more about base Final Fantasy VII than I do.
Don't forget,
So
Midgar was built by Shinra for Shinra. Those tyrants!
Put the claws away, boss. At least while we're in Shinra territory. Whoa.
So Yuffie, what do you think of the Undercity?
Way too crowded. I can't stand it. Ugh, and the stench. How can anyone live here?
I agree with you about the smell, but
I also love how many cats are in this game. I'm a cat guy.
The place
So-
can grow on you if you give it a chance.
Wait a second. Are you actually saying you like it here? I thought you hated it.
Midgar isn't the enemy. Shinra is. I know W's don't really see the distinction.
Yes, Lord Trunks. He's in chat actually, and he was the guy that said he gave you a follow earlier.
No way, that was an accident.
Unfortunately, he doesn't stream too much Final Fantasy VII because he's a little salty about a platinum trophy and a certain date with Barrett that he's failing to get.
They used to be with Avalanche, but left after a policy dispute.
Wow, look who it is. Loving your work. So how many reactors is that now? Wait, where's Cloud?
We lost him.
You what?
He will be okay though, right?
Well, of course he will.
So this part of the DLC takes place right after the Sector 5 reactor bombing.
For long, you mark my words.
Yeah, I guess he will.
Now, can we talk about President Shithead? Spouting all that crap about us? That lying son of a bitch? Working for Wutai, Avalanche ain't nobody.
Barrett!
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of sons of bitches, I heard that Wall Market's very own Don Corneo has his stooges out looking for you.
Huh?
Is that so? Don't got time for no low.
This is interesting because you find out how Tifa gets her plan to infiltrate Wall Market.
Tifa, you and I both know this is far from over, right? Might as well get some rest while we still can.
Right. You know what? I think I am gonna look into this.
Well, and there you have it. She's off to get her dress.
They're the ones who blew up the reactors.
Cool. Should we say hi?
no, better not. After what they've done, you gotta assume Shinra's on their tail. Should keep our distance.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
It is really cool having like a FF7 strictly community and just having so many people that are super into it. Most of which I actually like know in real life.
Splinter Cell, they couldn't care less about collateral damage, as long as Shinra goes down.
So what's wrong with that? Sounds good to me.
We're not out to blow Midgar up or tear it down. We want to save it from Shinra. Look around. 9 out of 10 of the people living here are innocent bystanders. We can't level their home to take down one company.
Well, that company almost leveled our home, and they've got to learn their lessons.
Yeah, I get that.
Gotta admit, I'm surprised you agreed to work with us.
We're just doing what we think is necessary.
It's really
to build a brighter
good.
future.
It's really good. Let me. I want to rest at this bench, but I want to make sure I hear all this. Ugh.
Can we table this for later, maybe? Not sure now's the best time for heavy topics.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Consider it tabled.
Now I'm gonna go back to the bench real quick if they let me. We'll have to do trivia again. I mean, you know I'm always game for some FF7 trivia. But he asked me, what was a question Trunks asked me that really freaking stumped me? He asked me, what's the name of the lady that is your Chocobo manager for the Chocobo races? And I'm like, bro, who knows that? Like, I know a lot of stuff. I know about Chocobo Billy. I know about Priscilla. I know about literally just about everybody else in the base game. But I'm like, how would I even know that?
So, what exactly does this ultimate materia do? I'm guessing you have big plans for it?
Like after we steal it? Well, the more materia you have, the stronger you are, right? So once we've got the ultimate materia, we'll be stronger than anyone.
I guess you will.
It's gonna be awesome!
And not just that. By sneaking into Shinra HQ and snatching their most prized possession from under their noses, not only will we deal a massive blow to their
Also,
morale,
pay close attention to Shonan, because I'm pretty sure he's going to be, or I guess Sid's going to be him, because he pretty much plays what I envision Sid playing like, for the most part.
See that one? Well, hello there, hot stuff.
I think you're right with Esther. Esther sounds right.
With those looks, I guarantee you're golden. So what do you say? Ready to be queen of the Undercity?
Hey! What am I? Chopped liver?
Kid doesn't even hear this.
Be a good girl and cover your ears, okay?
You'd be living and working in the most luxurious residence in all
You want me to be one of Corneo's brides, is that it? Which makes you a person of influence, right?
Oh, so you know your stuff. But I'd say I'm more of a helping hand. So why don't you help me?
Trunks, I told you. He's not to be trifled with.
Get your hands off me!
Now don't go playing.
Oh, my knee. That hurt me when he got hit in the knee like that. Ooh.
No way, kids who can do that. No, you don't, because I'm an adult. Also, I'm pretty hot stuff myself, thank you very much.
Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night, little girl. Wow, if you want to pull up a seat
This is not an
table, be my guest.
All right. So I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about this synergy stuff. So now we're synergized. And now if I do Art of War, real cool stuff happens. Oh! Did he get one shot by that stab? Let me make sure that... Okay. I can revive him. Wow. Okay. Let me use Prey. That'll restore some HP to both of us. Sonon's about to die again, though. Holy crap. Okay. Well, I did this battle wrong in the first place. I should have been using Fire Ninjutsu. Darn it. I need to get the heal off, but didn't think it was going to happen. 3 to 4 years of experience in raising gold chocobos. I'm trading you in for more knowledge. Bro, okay, so you guys have me in base Final Fantasy VII, but when you factor in Remake, Advent Children, and other stuff, I'm your guy.
See that one?
Let me try this battle without trying to show off. Weakness to fire, so let me go ahead and use Fire Ninjutsu. Get in there. We don't need to be synergized to kill this guy. Much better. I have very little experience in remake for sure. Yuffie is awesome. Yes.
Hey, at least you tried.
You're gonna eat those words, you smug piece of shit.
Boss! Boss! You're not gonna believe this! The hottie of the century just fell right into our lap.
She did?
Goods under the hood.
I managed two people.
Down for a bumpy ride.
Sorry, I want to listen to this.
Sorry, ladies, but after careful consideration, we decided to go with a more qualified applicant.
Let's go.
Later.
See you around.
I managed two people who completed FF7 ahead of schedule at a reasonable hour.
So who were those creeps anyway?
Don Corneo's talent scouts. They'll say and do just about anything to get unsuspecting girls back to the Don's mansion.
I thought it looked seedy.
You're doing pretty good in FF7 remake.
Back to build a place like that.
Oh, and how do you know what it looks like?
I saw it while I was scouting the area.
I do have over 100 hours easily in remake though. Especially if you factor in the DLC. I'm probably close to about 150 hours.
Now we just have to wait. Wait for who? Not sure. We used to have someone who could make fake IDs in-house, but they went off with the Splinter Cell. We've never dealt with this particular vendor before.
Hey, what's up with that guy?
Mako poisoning. That's what happens if you don't make the grade as a soldier, or when the military's done using you.
Just another one of Shinra's victims.
Them again? Shinra's so gonna get it.
If it's Shinra you've got to beef with, you'll be needing these. Can't access the plate without them.
I think he appears in the base game. I could be wrong. I don't know if he's actually named or not.
They're gonna scan for those things on the train, so make sure to keep them on you.
This part too easy to go back to Omega Chadley. I mean, all the hardest bosses in this game are literally hidden behind Chadley.
Foreigners and their weak jaws.
We should probably head back and wait for Gigia.
Enjoy your material while you still can, Shinra, cause we're coming.
Not yet, boss. With things the way they are, we can't just go strolling up to the front gates. We're gonna need Avalanche to help us bypass security before we can do anything.
Aww.
It's normal though, I'd have to train a bit more if I wanted to get by on hard. Yeah, like, I don't know. I didn't have a hard time with hard mode just because I really did understand the mechanics of the game, and like, I was very good about getting the pressure and stagger and stuff. Which, I mean, I played Final Fantasy 13. I know you haven't, but believe it or not, a lot of remake system is based on a system they established in Final Fantasy 13 of like pressuring your opponents up to a point of stagger. Then that's where you do your damage, and you also have a multiplier on top of that. So, I don't know. It was kind of second nature in a lot of ways. Go ahead and rest. He's the dude you see near Aerith's house. I think you're right. I think you're right. All right. We should be getting close to some pretty good battles very soon.
What?
Huh, what's this about? Change of plans. Go to the pillar. We'll explain there. Hurry. Gigia.
When we getting one?
Change of plans?
The S7
13-3.
Otherwise known as the roof of the slums.
There is a 13-3, James.
Follow me, guys.
Lightning returns.
Why does he need us to hurry?
And I'm Trunks, to be fair, I'm pretty sure the Buster Sword probably weighs about 50 pounds, if not more.
Living in the fast lane, huh? Yeah, I'm not sure garden variety we tie in. I'm a rare bloom.
More like a mutant.
Ooh, I'm so gonna use that.
On your stream, ooh, as much as I am a 13 apologist, I'm not a fan of 13.2 or 13.3. Not a fan at all.
Hey, that's DJ.
You're right. Hold up.
Hey, I'm talking to you. Answer me. Well,
Look, a Moogle.
Huh?
Stop!
We gotta help.
You two
Good
go
man.
after Gigi. I'll head back and tell the others what happened.
That way. Boss, we might not be back for a while. Let's just stock up before leaving.
Do you have any idea what Gigi actually did?
What I heard was he probably did it.
13.2 and 13.3 aren't bad per se. They're just, I have no desire whatsoever to freaking return to those games. Like none.
Oh, that is such a cute hat. I love Moogles.
Man. The thing that concerns me about this one,
got nowhere to run. Tell us
on the
what you
base
know.
game, it was very easy to heal with like Aerith and stuff on hard mode. Yuffie's not like an expert of magic, so her heals aren't really that great. I think there are more benches though. I think that might be my saving grace.
Is he one of us?
We don't have time to get into that, boss. You can ask him yourself once he's safe. Come on.
No, so this part's reused a little bit, but we're about to get into some stuff like this right here, completely original to the DLC. It's really that Sector 7 area.
I'll give you that. Piece of shit. He's toying with us.
So
Some kind of factory or something? It reminds me of a place I passed through when I first got here. And if it's anything like that, it'll be crawling with monsters.
okay, he's weak to ice. Oh my god, I just realized what I can do with her. Oh! Okay.
Not too shabby, Sonon.
So her base attack is just like mashing square, but if you hold square, she throws a shuriken and also backs off the enemy. From there, if you hit triangle, she'll throw it again, and you can just do range magic over and over. So that's how I was able to keep like, what's it called, juggling that opponent. Oh my gosh. This game is so good. This game is so good. Since I'm going for the platinum, I'm gonna explore a little bit less than I normally would. Because I've gotten all the items, I was pretty thorough on my first playthrough. What can Sonon do? Twirling lunge. Why not?
And our heroine triumphs again.
Gotta go, bud. Catch you later. Thank you, James. I'm glad you got to hang out for a little bit. We're gonna be wrapping up pretty shortly anyway. I think we're kind of close to the end of chapter 1 of the DLC.
Sorry.
radio the other squads.
There's only 2 chapters,
Been looking for you.
but chapter 2 is a little bit longer.
I'm gonna go to town on these What's a good word to describe me? I'm thinking legendary.
I'm thinking.
Ah, I know how this goes. If we want to get to DJ, we gotta shut that down. Okay, off switch, show yourself.
Oh, okay. We gotta find a switch. Oh, and these guys. Yeah. If I was playing normally, I'd go over there, but since we're going for the platinum, we're just gonna focus on the main objective. I want to get to the boss fight, which should be in the next 15 or so minutes, I'd like to say. There's also a little bit of a box breaking mini game in this one.
She's a local, remember? She'll be fine.
I don't know if it's this conveyor belt or another one coming up, but essentially you get scored on how many boxes you can break.
I assume no one in Avalanche could be trusted. Like, they were all the same as the ones I fought.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But it looks like Avalanche has changed a lot since that went down, huh?
Nice.
Come on.
You guys just don't know when to quit.
Of course, if I skip battles, I might not be ready for the optional fight I have to do in the combat simulator. Because my materia is super underleveled. Also, this music is going hard in the paint right now. Okay, he's weak to ice. Defeating the other Cryptshades will make it susceptible to staggering. It can recover HP by cannibalizing member. Huh. Well, that's a mechanic. That's a mechanic. Let's go. So what I did there was a perfect block. And if you do a perfect block, you take a lot less damage and you also get buffed. So try to do it as much as possible, essentially. Okay. If I use a windstorm right here. Yep. Oh. If I take out these guys, he'll be susceptible to staggering. What happened? Okay, well, that was bad. I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't expecting that to happen. Okay, now it's weak. Gotta go in. On Sonon. Art of War. There we go.
Escape the wrath of the ninja!
Want to overreact a little more?
I've also been getting a lot of those books, so I should have a lot of AP or weapon points, whatever they're called. Yeah, I got a lot. I got a lot. We'll do that later. If I get stuck on the boss. Okay, I was supposed to go up there. Yuffie gets a wall run, which is pretty cool.
Like our ticket across.
Cool, cool.
10-4. Be there as soon as we can. Unit 3 says they've got the suspect detained near pillar maintenance. You better not keep them waiting.
What? Pillar maintenance? How'd they let him get that?
Well, if I know. Come on.
You heard the man.
Wait, boss, no. Freeze!
Hands up.
Got you in my sight,
Fire?
Okay.
Ready for a smackdown? Well, that sucked. Why did Taylor people have to so hard?
You gotta learn to think before you act, boss. You're gonna get yourself killed one of these days.
Sure, whatever.
There's probably a bench around here somewhere. Also, thank God they actually went and fixed the climbing mechanic in, like, the base game. Because climbing is literally the most annoying thing for me personally in that game. It sucks. It's so bad. There we go. Pretty sure they're weak to ice, so we're gonna go ahead and put that on. See what other abilities Sonon has. Swirling Storm, Twirling Lunge, Fighting Spirit. Let's try Fighting Spirit.
Not too shabby, Sonon.
Not too shabby, Sonon.
Get him away from me.
Oh, one of these doggos. He's weak to ice. Normally their attacks cannot be interrupted regardless of what ATB commands are used. Using certain attacks on them, however, sends them into a rampage, also making them susceptible to interruption. God dang, that did a lot of damage to Sonon. Yes, the parkour run is pretty good.
What are you doing down there? Get off!
Oh my gosh, how's he unconscious? Revive.
How about you pull yourself together? Breathe. Wanna beg for mercy?
I've barely done any damage to this dude. Keep pressuring, keep pressuring. No! I really thought I was gonna get the freaking stagger before that happened.
Come on now, up and at him.
Up and at him.
What are you waiting for? Little.
Alright. We have to finish this man. On, Sonon. He's out of AP. God damn it. Of course, we're both about to have our limit break, so that's something at least. Screw it. No. Sorry, my voice cracked a little bit there. The reason her dodges are faster is because I'm not actually using her base dodge. I have the deadly dodge materia. Sorry, the parry materia attached, which is why her dodges are so like super fast and stuff. Which you also reminded me, I have an ATB ability that's a dodge that I should have been using, because it's kind of really good if you actually pull it off. And I just wasn't thinking about it. But I think her regular dodge is pretty comparable to like a Tifa. Guess we'll find out soon enough. So yeah, her base dodge, that's actually a pretty good amount of distance regardless. So both of her dodges are good. Okay. I need to go ahead and add ice. Sonon can take care of that. Hopefully. Come on. I want to try to do the counter ability. It's kind of risky, but I want to see it. Come on, use an attack. Okay. Well, this is it. Brumal form. Evade an attack increases ATB when successful. Nope. Totally used that at the wrong time. Okay. Next time they use headbutt, though. I'm gonna give that a shot. Art of War. There we go. Yeah, not being able to heal is kind of rough. My options are to wait until a battle, gain some ATB, and use Cure on the dude, or find a bench, which I don't know if I'm close to a bench or not. Also some materia
Which was...
in the vicinity.
About Evelyn, how it's changed.
Oh, that.
These people are too soft. They sound like
Wait.
the ones we should have teamed up with, don't you think?
I forgot. I can totally use spells out of battle.
Considering all they've done for us.
I know what you mean, though. We're all just really good people, huh?
And that's the problem. Midgard doesn't need good people. Not that we care what happens to them.
That's right. I think I have to wait a little bit longer so I can get over there. Strike. It kind of kills me to skip this materia, but I think we might skip this materia. I can't remember exactly how to get over there. Oh, I need to heal again.
No point fighting if we don't have to.
Yeah, I know. Quiet. Very quiet. Quiet as a mouse.
There's no way this goes terribly for me.
Good morning.
Okay. Sonon is pretty cool. Sonon is good people. So this is weak to fire and ice. When holding a rock, it will repel and counter frontal attacks. Fire and ice attacks will rapidly fill its stagger gauge. If captured, continually press evade to escape. Ooh, okay. So apparently he can capture me somehow. Done. Oh, that's a big boulder. Nope. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's right. Gotta use other commands first.
All right, it can't be far now. Let's get our rears in gear. Picky
Okay.
little oh go go go!
I have so many weapon points. I should go ahead and use them, but I kind of feel like waiting a little bit longer. It's a very obnoxious habit of mine. Where like I can upgrade my characters, but I choose not to until I get stuck. Nice they added Levicron there. Oh, you're right. Man, I didn't even think about that enemy until you said it. I'm pretty sure after this ride right here, we should be at the end of chapter 1, which is probably where I'm going to stop. There is a boss fight. Let me see if I can actually see it on the map. Yes, boss fight is right over here. So that's where we're going to call it. After the boss fight, obviously, but... Man. This right here is pretty pointless, but it is a little bit of fun. Especially because you get a lot of items. Granted, these items literally do nothing for me on hard mode, but on the base game, you get some good stuff. Like a turbo ether. Break the boxes. I tend to upgrade my weapons. I mean, that's a logical thing to do. But even in like Mass Effect, where you have other characters with abilities, I would still like hold on to them until the very end of the game. It is a very me thing to do. I mean, I do love a challenge, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a boss on Bloodborne that literally, it was about 5 or 6 hours of straight just banging my head against the wall until I beat it. But I still look back at that and be like, wow, I really wish every boss could be like that in some ways. So, yeah, I'm a little bit of a masochist. At least with video games. Oop, not gonna miss this materia. Healing. Not a bad trace. It forces you to rely on skill more. Yeah, I think I get more out of the game. I don't want to get on my soapbox, but I will say I feel like I definitely engage with games more the harder their difficulty is, just because you're forced to learn their mechanics and stuff. And I feel like developers, if they really like focus on making their game like challenging, that's when they actually get to use all of their systems and mechanics in a really good way. And I think the game normally ends up being stronger if there is a little bit of a focus on difficulty. Personal opinion though, like,
There have to be so many guards.
I think you know exactly.
I also do believe there should be options to play games on easier difficulties most of the time. So,
Let's keep it tight, boss.
options are never a bad thing.
Any more mistakes? GG's life depends on it.
Understood.
Thank God we got a bench. No. For the sake of materia growth, let me go ahead and upgrade the weapons just really quickly. Just on the two they have like in their hands right now. They didn't give me an extra materia slot. I was kind of banking on that. I've started developing a taste for masochism too when I played Hollow Knight. Yeah, I mean, Hollow Knight's a really good entry game for like, I guess, challenging game, so to speak. Since I had played Dark Souls and Castlevania and a couple other like games before I played Hollow Knight, it wasn't that bad for me, at least like the base game. Like obviously, once you get into the, you know, expanded challenges, it gets super hard. But yeah, I found a lot of people that weren't into that genre or like thinking they were into challenging games, but then they're like, oh man, Hollow Knight, Does some stuff. Does some really interesting stuff. Aerial attack damage, I should probably have that on. And we'll go ahead and do magic attack as well. Now let's switch over to Sonon real quick. We're just gonna dump points into this man. Open up like 5 new materia slots. Materia. 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 Critical hit's pretty good. This is a physical weapon, so we're just going to increase attack power. That's really costly, though. 16 SP. Yeah, I really think you'll enjoy them. Like, there is always that curve where you're just going to be cursing at it and be like, oh, that's so unfair. But then everybody says it's unfair their first time, but then the second time, they're like, oh, man, I wish they made that a little bit more challenging. That's almost always how those games go. Ooh, ATB charge rate plus 10. We'll take that. Since he is an AI, he should always be guarding, except if I'm manually controlling, like telling him to do stuff for the most part. So those are good. I'm pretty sure that's how it works in this game, at least. A lot of people don't like the AI, but they actually do a really good job for not using any SP. Ooh. I'm gonna hold on to the rest of the SP for now. And he has 2 new materia slots. He should probably be able to heal. That would be a smart thing for me to put on him. And on top of that, let's give him... Chakra is the one Man, that's where I'm messing up. I was like, why is Prey not being a good materia right now? It's because I mistake that in Chakra. Chakra is the materia that gets you through hard mode. Yes. So if you ever play hard mode, James, Chakra is key. Because that's MP3 healing. So as long as you do enough to get like an SP gauge or ATB gauge versus the damage that you're taking, it's a net positive. Sekiro and Cuphead are on the list, though not sure about Dark Souls. Yes, both of those are really good. Sekiro would be Cuphead would be a good one for you, like you and Mimi to potentially stream together too, because that's co-op. That game gets a little bit hard on co-op, like harder than it already is, but it would be fun. I would enjoy watching you two play it.
Now spill it. Who gave you that information?
Oh, his name was something like Heidegger?
Wrong answer.
Ooh.
I'm gonna ask you again.
All right, I'll tell you. It was Rufus.
You don't say.
I like this guy. Just name dropping all these Shinra execs.
Ready to do this, boss?
Born ready.
Great. Now draw their attention. You grab our guy.
A diversion, huh? I like it.
I'm not sure she'll want to play, but I'll try to. It'd be fun.
I'm the leading lady.
Either that or you and James could do a good co-op Cuphead stream.
Evildoers, over here!
What the hell? Who's there?
That's exactly what I was hoping you'd ask.
Yeah, the thing about Prey, it has its uses in like 3-person combat, but Chakra works a lot better for these 2 people fights.
The world's greatest materia hunter. But who am I truly? Set it on
All right, we're back in business. I really love how they lean into the fact that she's just a 14-year-old girl. I guess 16-year-old. So she's just like very childish.
Never mind.
And a lot of this DLC is about her growing up.
Award-winning performance, boss. Who are you anyway?
Giants. Got eyes on hostiles. Requesting backup.
Ooh. It's a big boy. All right. Got Gigantipede, a multi-legged heavy weapons platform developed by Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division. It is armed with a large number of missiles that it uses to eliminate intruders seeking to gain access to Midgar's central pillar. Its head is susceptible to physical strikes, while its tail is susceptible to lightning attacks. Lightning attacks also rapidly fill its stagger gauge. Its long-range attack accuracy increases when its containment laser finds a target. Oops. Oh, messed that up. Why? There we go. Lightning. And we about to spam. We need to get over here. Sonon.
All right.
Back to the tail. Let me go ahead and cure. Fully back up. Yeah. Shinra's going hard in the paint at this point. Can I even damage it at this point? Okay. Containment drone. Small-scale drones deployed by the heavy weapon platform's Gigantipede. Their containment lasers lock onto detected intruders to improve missile accuracy. Ooh, we don't want that. Let me go ahead and assess. Okay. Weak to lightning. The accuracy of Gigantipede's missile attacks increases when their containment laser finds a target. Bro? That was close. Yuffie, get up there! Come on. Is he gonna drop that on us?
whistle in that case either.
On pressure. There we go.
Focus on the drones.
On, get there. Right there. Stagger. Let's go. Right. Phase 2. Let's go ahead and do our summon. That's gonna be cool. So we got Ramu. He's about to do some dope lightning stuff in a second. Shoot a lightning bolt in a circular arc, or summon a lance to deal me. Okay. How about we start with this just to get some of these guys out the way. Get rid of these drones. Oh, I need to heal. I need to heal real bad. Oh, this is getting kind of wild. Really need to heal Sonon as well. Oh no, he's gonna get off the platform the second my summon's about to freaking use his ultimate. Oh! I don't know if this is gonna hit. There we go. Do your thing. Sucks that it didn't hit the actual thing I wanted to hit, though. Ow! Oh, that hurt. I need to heal. Sonon's gonna have to do something. You know what? We're just gonna go after the freaking head at this point. Synergize our war. Actually, Bloodbath will do it. Bloodbath will finish this. Easy. You love to see it, ending the battle with a limit break.
You see that?
That was a little rough. That was a little rough.
Just do it.
Yep.
Nice work. You saved my ass.
It was nothing.
Well, it did earn you these. Employee ID cards. They'll get you into the Shinra building. At pretty much any floor, basement included. That's where
Trunks,
advanced weaponry's got
the best is yet to come.
And where they
The best is yet to come.
Research. If what you're looking for is anywhere in that place, it's gonna be there.
Fortunately, we're gonna let this cutscene right out, get to chapter 2, and then call it.
Shinra's got something big lined up for us.
Hey, you have something to look forward to next week.
But whatever it is they're planning, you're better off out of it.
Right.
I'm gonna go report to the others. Good luck up there. See you soon.
Yeah. Next time, I'm by. I'll show you how Wu-Tians really party.
Deal.
Don't forget to tell the Splinter Cell about Sector 7, I mean.
I won't. Well, boss, sounds like we better get going. Let's head up as soon as you're ready.
Ready!
And there you have it.
What's going on?
Or wait. This is right before the plate falls, I think.
To think this is where those bastards plotted their attacks. Right under our noses.
Too bad they made it out before the military could get here. Like chickens flying the coop.
Probably best if we don't stick around. Let's catch the train.
Let's go ahead and get to the train station. I'm pretty sure we'll be at chapter 2 the second we hit the train station. Can't speak. Yes, there's a very good dynamic between Sonon and Yuffie. And without saying too much about Sonon, because once we get to the second chapter, we'll learn a lot about him. He has a sister, and he's kind of, you know, he kind of treats Yuffie as his, you know, younger sister. And yeah, they just play off of each other really well.
So, you think Nile and the others got away?
It's kind of like Yuffie and Vincent in a way, just this guy, you know, obviously isn't quite as dark and brooding as Vincent is, but I like the mechanic.
Boss, I don't think we'll be back here anytime soon, so make sure you're ready for anything, okay?
I think
Here
we're
we
good
go.
here. Let's roll. What's with all these people?
Due to the recent incident at Mako Reactor 5, only a limited number of trains are currently in service. Please note that the Sector 5 Undercity Station is closed until further notice. Thank you.
Splinter Cell's done its best to make things hard for you. Miss this train and there's no telling when.
How's it like the dynamic between, I guess, Avalanche proper and then the Avalanche we know and love?
Sorry we couldn't give you a proper send-off. Just know that we're rooting for you, okay?
All aboard!
Oh boy.
And then classic Yuffie motion sickness.
I'll be fine. As long as I'm standing up.
It's incredible that she can do all that flipping in the air during a fight, but then she immediately gets just like car sick.
Melfi always got motion sick. Chocobos, boats. Sure trains would have done it too.
Who is Melfi?
My sister. She trained under your father at the same time as me. And she had such promise.
Had?
The war was ending. But a Shinra mech went haywire near a crowd. She had to do something.
So yeah, his sister died.
We deserve what's coming to him.
Yeah. They do. But I'm not your sister.
All right. Yes. Completed chapter 1.
On schedule. The Turks are on top of it. Yes, there will be no delays.
Please, Mr. President, I am asking you to reconsider. No, begging. The Sector 7 Undercity is home to more than 50,000.
Director Twisty.
Yeah, I'm hoping we do get a little bit more Wu-Tai stuff, because that's kind of what the remake does good, in my opinion. They flesh out a lot of things, so I think the Wu-Tai War, we'll get a little bit more of a history on that. Yeah, Crisis Core also went into it a little bit.
Learn to live with it.
So this is right before they drop the plate.
Let's get this over with.
Excuse me, I have some questions.
The reporter.
Isn't that right? Then would you care to comment on the rumors that Sector 7 will be the terrorist next target? They're going to hit the reactor, aren't they? You! Stop right there! Get the hell out of
Let's catch one.
Dude can't catch a break.
You're up, Heidi. Come on.
Hold the door.
What floor?
This is about to be awkward.
Advanced weaponry.
Going down. Doors closing.
He might be in Crisis Core.
Just perfect.
Huh?
But oh, how the mighty are fallen. Wu-Tai colluding with Avalanche and resorting to terrorism. I always thought the Wu-Taians an honorable people. They used to be, certainly.
She's about to strike a nerve.
Nothing but blood-sucking flies buzzing around Shinra's face. Would you not agree? In light of recent events, I mean.
I would. 100%.
What a lovely smile.
Like, what were you expecting being dressed like that while you're trying to infiltrate a building, to be honest? To be honest.
Savor the opportunity to meet our latest autonomous weapons.
Ugh.
Damn it! I'll never get a better chance. That was Scarlet, Director of Advanced Weaponry. It was one of her machines that killed Melfi!
Calm down, Sonon. Calm down. Remember, we're here for a reason.
Right, boss. I'm sorry.
He also kind of looks like fake
Don't
Zack.
be. I was ready to strangle her myself.
I'm not the biggest Zack guy, but I don't
And
know.
that's before she sent us off in the wrong direction.
Where did she send us?
Only one way to find out. Don't worry, we'll get to materia research eventually. Just a little longer, my precious.
All right. Well, Shinra Combat Simulator. You now have access to Combat Simulator, which can be found in the room ahead. New battles await. Yes, one of the trophies is locked behind that. That being said, this is where we call it for the night. Thank you guys for sticking with me through Fort Condor and the rest of it. Intermission. I always get it mixed up because Intergrade is the PS5 version of the game. Intermission is the DLC. We'll continue this next Sunday, and I'm pretty confident we can at least get through the DLC, and maybe we can get back over to the base game and try to fight Weiss. If we do that, we'll have the platinum, and hey, we'll be done. If not, we'll have another stream. That's how it works. Anyway, thank you PBJ for being here earlier. Thank you Trunks, thank you James, thank you Xylens, thank you Dr. Darthblock. Really appreciate you guys just chilling with me. And I look forward to seeing you guys play Final Fantasy VII or something else. I feel like a vast majority of the people that were watching me today are streaming Final Fantasy VII right now, so it was cool. Let me see who I have available to raid real quick. You got Kayla, she's playing Resident Evil 7. Maxudo's playing Gungeon. You know what? What do you guys know about Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier? The Final Fantasy VII Battle Royale. I have somebody on my list that's playing that, and I am infinitely curious about that game. Also, thank you, Raider. I forgot you showed up for a little bit. But we're gonna go ahead and raid Master Lodi, and we can watch some Final Fantasy VII Battle Royale. Peace, guys.